Morgan. Oh.
Arthur, can you do a quick mic check?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Linda, can you hear me? I'm not unable. Linda, if you can hear me, can you give a thumbs up, please?
Arthur.
Awesome.
Yes,
All right,
I got you.
right.
I got you. Are
Can
you
I hear
hosting?
Linda?
You know how IMB?
Oh.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2.
Yeah.
You mean I gotta plug it in?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
What?
Alright, we are 1 minute out.
Is Alex? Can you hear me?
Let me just check. I might skip
Linda, I think we're gonna go to you first, and then we'll do Morgan second.
Okay, thanks.
All
You
right.
can hear
Is
me
it-
okay?
Yeah, is there anything in particular
Okay.
I should ask you there?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now. How long ago did you get in
what's
there?
the feeling like? Okay,
Yeah.
great. Thank you.
How long ago did you get in? Were you right inside
we
there?
got in here at around 10 of 7-ish. No, maybe about 7:15.
Okay.
About 7:15.
Hey, cool. Well, we'll talk to you in a minute.
Are you guys rolling any video at all or what?
Yeah, we'll roll some video of Cuomo voting today with his flanked by his daughters, who were not voting.
Okay. Am I going to be talking about that or are you talking about that?
You can talk
Flanked
about
by
it.
2 of his daughters.
Right. Oh, that's why I said plural.
Okay. All righty.
Alright, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2.
Oh boy, it is election night on November 4th. It is 7:30 p.m. You are hearing us.
Sorry. I thought I had an ad break code. I thought I didn't have an ad break coded, but I actually clicked the wrong one.
That's okay.
Yeah, we're in a break.
So,
We're in a break?
Yeah.
Okay, no worries.
so sorry.
I'm so excited to do it twice.
Hey.
No problem.
Are you Brian? I am Brian. Hi, Brian. I'm Alex.
I'm Brian. What do you mean?
Would you like to join Arthur?
Oh, hey Brian.
Yeah.
How are you? You look familiar.
You came to my classroom years ago
For the chaos.
at St. John's.
Oh, all
in
right.
Election Day
Oh, that
story.
was really interesting. That was super interesting.
How did you? Maybe 2012.
Yeah, it was a while ago, but yeah, that left an impression on me. You ran that class really well, and like,
Political analyst.
all right, welcome to Newsroom Live on this very special occasion, and we're not talking about Black Friday approaching. We're talking about this being election night for 2025. Newsroom Live is coming to you on this November 4th at 7:32 p.m. from our station on the east side, 67th Street on Manhattan's Upper East Side. Thank you so much for joining us. We got a lot to talk about tonight. Just to talk about format for a second, our regular newscasts are going to be on Fox 5, and they will be expanded, but we're going to come to you not just on Fox Local, but really YouTube. Our YouTube channel is going to be a really good way for us to be able to get extra information out to you as things are developing today in a very unedited format. Let's rattle through right now. The main development today is, well, there are a lot of races, not just in New York. There's one for governor in New Jersey. There are other national races, but the one that we've been talking about for so long and that we're watching very closely involves the 3 gentlemen you're seeing on your screen right now. That's the Democratic nominee, Zohran Mamdani. In the middle is former Governor Andrew Cuomo, who lost in the Democratic primaries, but is running as an independent tonight. And on the right side there is the Republican nominee, Curtis Sliwa, probably most famous for being the founder of the Guardian Angels. Let's start in the middle right now and go to our Linda Schmidt. She's at former Governor's Andrew Cuomo's headquarters. Presumably got in there about 45 minutes ago. Linda, how are you doing? How does it feel there? Can you just paint that picture for us, please?
Appreciate that help. No problem, man.
All right. Linda, we apologize.
That is who is
there we
here.
go. We hear
They've
Linda
got
now. Go ahead. Keep going, Linda. Sorry. Can you start from the
what's
top,
going
Linda?
on?
We
You got
didn't
me?
have your
Oh,
audio
you
at the
didn't have me
beginning,
before?
so I apologize. No, we got you. We have now. We have you now. Was it about 45 minutes ago that you got in there?
That's okay. Yeah, we got in here about 45 minutes ago, and what I was saying is that we have a room full here. We're in Midtown at the Ziegfeld Ballroom. It's a nice big room. You can see the stage right back there. The big Cuomo plastered there on the wall, and he's going to be arriving here at some point tonight. But what I have to tell you about the feel of this right now, because I covered him during the primary back in June, and that's when he lost by 13 points to Mamdani. I was there that night, and tonight, being here, and this is just a feeling, I'm getting that same feeling. It's a room full of journalists, and there's really very few people here at this stage. Now, it's still early, and the polls close at 9 o'clock, but we're not hearing from his people either, Arthur. I've reached out to his campaign team numerous times in the past couple of hours to ask, where is he? Is he still out campaigning? And when is he going to be arriving here? And so far, I have not heard back from them. And, you know, we still have another, say, hour and maybe, say, 20 minutes for voting. So I wanted to know, was he still out campaigning, trying to get, you know, votes at the last minute here? But I have not heard back from his campaign team. Now, he did vote earlier today. He was also on the Fox News channel on Fox and Friends about 8:30 this morning, and he was very vocal there. He got interviewed, and then he voted about 10 o'clock here in Manhattan. He was with two of his daughters and his son-in-law when he went in to vote. And then after he voted, he came out, and there was a press gaggle. So he did take some questions, and he called this election the most important election of his lifetime, because he said this is going to probably determine the future of the Democratic Party, not just here in New York, but also it could affect the Democratic Party in other states in the country. And he also said everything is riding on this election as far as New York City's future. But, you know, Arthur, I mean, you've been covering this just like I have. You know, when he lost lost the primary to Mamdani, he said at that point, I mean, he came out and he conceded almost immediately, and he came out and he said that Mamdani ran a really good campaign, and that he had a message of affordability that resonated with the voters, and he was very energetic, and he was out there on the street and he was canvassing, and there were boots on the ground every single day, and that has continued for Mamdani. And he said that night, and also in the days that followed, that he was going to change his campaign style, that he was going to start doing more of the boots on the ground and meeting voters where they are, meaning walking along the streets in New York City, stopping in mom and pop shops and spontaneously and shaking hands, talking to cab drivers as they drive by and beep their horns and maybe go and shake their hands and talk to them. But he really never changed his campaign style, even though he said he was going to do that, until about 2 weeks ago. And then suddenly he started popping up and started sending us emails every day where he had a busy schedule. Now, this was just yesterday. Now, this is the day before the election. He was on the Upper West Side. He was at a radio station. He was up in the Bronx. He was in Washington Heights. He was in Chinatown at a senior citizen center. He was in Flatbush, Brooklyn, also at a senior citizen center. And he was out on Staten Island. That was all yesterday. But, you know, some experts are saying, hey, that's great, but that may be a little bit too little, too late, because that's something that Mamdani has been doing from the very beginning.
Right, and that's imitation almost, right? Can I ask you, because I remember you being there for the primaries, the tone of his campaign being very quiet. Sometimes they really don't engage with the media very much, even at times when we feel like it would behoove them to do so. But since you're there now and you can compare it to when you were there before for the primaries, was it the same tone where there was just kind of like media blackout until
Yes.
later on in the night?
Yes, exactly. It's the exact same feeling. That's what I'm saying. I'm getting the exact same feeling that I did on, I think it was June 24th was the primary. From the moment that I got to that location, it's the same feeling that I have right now. Now, my feeling could be totally wrong, but that is the feeling that I'm getting. We're walking into a room, the place is filled with journalists, just like it was back in June, but nobody else is really here, and they're not responding to basic questions like, where is he? Is he still campaigning? How's he feeling? Is he with family and friends? What time is he going to be here? Those are all very basic things that, as you know, we ask candidates all the time. It's just very basic information, and we're not getting responses.
And last question before we go to Morgan Mackay, who is over at Zohran Mamdani's headquarters. Do you think, having heard him speak today about this being the most consequential election of his lifetime, what do you think is his mindset about the outcome of tonight? Does he feel like also his political career is on the line here? Many people are saying that after this, he might be done.
Okay, well, I don't think that I can really answer that for him, because then I would have to be in his mind, and I am unable to do that. I just really can't do that. But he is 67 years old. He was the governor of this state for 3 terms. He served 11 years. He was forced to resign because of a disgraceful sexual harassment scandal, and then everything that he went through as far as the pandemic and how the nursing home issue was handled. So then he wanted to run for mayor. This would have been, if he wins tonight, this will be a major comeback story for him. If he doesn't, where does he go from here? Highly unlikely he would ever run for mayor again. Could he run for governor again? Who knows? And you never really know how politicians are thinking, because most of them have monster egos. So what you and I might say somebody might do in the future might not be what he's thinking. Because, like I said, most of these politicians do have monster egos, and they think that they can accomplish anything.
All right, Linda Schmidt, thank you so much for your expertise. We're going to talk to you later on tonight. I'm sure we'll get plenty of you on the Fox 5 newscast as well. Before we go to Morgan Mackay, we want to show you a scene out of the Upper West Side right now as we talk about turnout for this election. This is 3 out of 4 is our very unofficial scientific poll of people who are still hitting the polls. The latest number out of the Board of Elections as of 6 p.m. is that 1.8 million people, including early voters and mail-in voters, have already cast their ballots. 1.85. That means that so far this year, with those ballots cast, it is already a higher turnout than in more than 3 decades, we're told. An indication of how there is tremendous interest in this race. In New York, we can also talk about it being of interest outside of New York as well. But right now, tonight, it's New Yorkers who are deciding what's going to happen. Now, it looks like at 1.85 million people by 6 p.m. tonight that the city may come close to the 1993 record where nearly 1.9 million people voted, and we'll check these numbers as we go tonight. But it has been a very busy time at the polls. Early polls opened last Saturday. It closed this past Sunday in order to reset to reopen at 6 a.m. this morning, and polls will remain open for the next hour and 18 minutes or so. With that, let me check and see if our Morgan Mackay is ready. She's at Zohran Mamdani's headquarters right now. And actually, we'll just show you a shot of it. We're going to come back to her. He voted today with his wife and very interestingly talked about the ballot proposals as well. We're going to come back to Morgan later. Right now, let us go over to our Kendall Green, who is at the headquarters for Curtis Sliwa, the Republican nominee. He voted early, but today showed up on the Upper West Side with his wife for her to cast her ballot. We know who she voted for. But let's talk to Kendall Green right now. Looking dapper. Kendall, what's the feeling in the room? Is there optimism? What do you see around you?
It's pretty.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Folks are just starting to get in and get settled in here at the headquarters here on the Upper West Side. But there's been some optimism surrounding Colonel Sliwa's campaign because he's talking about the issues that I guess relate to some of the New Yorkers right there on the ground. Subway safety, public safety, empowering police, and making a compromise with the Trump administration, unlike what some of the other candidates that would have to do. And he's also been talking a whole lot about that endorsement between President Trump and Andrew Cuomo, and has basically said, Andrew Cuomo is kind of playing both sides of it. And to his base, he says, oh, no, it's not an endorsement. But to a Republican base, he says, oh, your president basically endorsed me. So it's been an interesting dynamic between him and the other candidates right here, right now.
All right. Let me ask you this, Kendall. What kind of apparatus do you see there for them? He does have a budget, and I think at some point he was fundraising well. But obviously there's been talk about how the likes of Michael Bloomberg have been supporting Andrew Cuomo, and Zohran Mamdani also has some pretty widespread support as well. Do you think from that standpoint that you detect a difference in this race tonight?
I mean, I don't necessarily know if you can see that difference visibly here. Mm-hmm. This is a smaller, more subtle campaign headquarters, I think, compared to what you would see with Mamdani and Cuomo. So I don't know if this is what they've chosen to invest in as far as this venue itself, but I don't know if you necessarily see that difference tonight so far.
All right, Kendall Green.
But one of the differences, but one of the differences we can say for sure is that blitz, this election day blitz. I mean, he's been to at least 10 locations all day, starting from 9 this morning to where we are right now. So he's definitely been out there visible, trying to rack up those final voters who remain undecided at this point.
Right. It seems like with this race, with the turnout that we have, nobody's taking anything for granted in this. Kendall Green, thank you so much. We'll see you on our Fox 5 newscast, and hopefully see you here on Newsroom Live as well. Really appreciate your time. I'm going to ask, we're going to get an academic view of this, and I had the pleasure of visiting Professor Mike Brown's class over at St. John's University in the Political Science Department. You heard that the turnout as of 6 p.m. was about 1.85 million. It does include mail-in ballot. It does include early voters. But is that significant? Are we right to say?
It's remarkable. I mean, I don't think anyone expected this kind of a turnout. We haven't seen these numbers going back to 1993. So it's going to be a historic night, win or lose, and it's going to be fun to watch.
What do you think, if we say that it's going to be a historic night, obviously it's about, part of that equation is about how usually New Yorkers can be apathetic to this political process, and that doesn't seem to be the case here. Let's start with this. The fact that we are looking at this type of number, does it favor one of the candidates?
Well, traditionally you would think it favors the Democratic candidate. In this case, that's Zohran Mamdani, because he has the Democratic line. But Andrew Cuomo, we know, has a lifelong history with the Democratic Party. And I think it's curious that this number of people coming out, are they coming out in favor of Zohran? Are they coming out against Zohran? So it'll be interesting to see when the results are counted, where the votes fall.
By Sunday, if I have the right number in my head, about 750,000 early voters had come in. Early on, there was much made out of the fact that they were 55 and older, which seemed to, if you would agree, favor Cuomo. But towards this past Sunday, it got younger, and so much so that the younger demographic became the highest turnout.
Very significant.
Is that significant?
It is significant. And who wins the young vote? Because historically, young people are kind of apathetic. Them coming out to vote like this is a bit of an anomaly. So is this the wave of the future? Is this the wave of the future for New York City? Or is this a one-off election? This has been a very unconventional election, having a sitting incumbent drop out, having a former governor continue to run after losing a primary. So this is one for the history books.
There are issues that were raised in the campaign about experience and whatever. Let's throw that aside right now, because I think one of the key things, certainly in the last cycle, was President Trump and the wild card that's presented there, his threats to New York City. Do you think that factors into the final hours of this election?
I think it might. And some early reporting here on Fox talked about voters in Queens who were concerned and about just that issue and Trump coming after them. But whatever the motivation is to get people out to vote, whether it's the first-time voters or long-time voters, the idea that almost 2 million people are casting a vote here in New York City, that's great for democracy, and that's great for the city as a whole.
All right. What are your students telling you when you guys have discussed this? Is it a mixture of optimism, but is there also fear in the mix, because this is a very treacherous time, it seems?
It's a little bit of both. And I think one thing that we heard a lot about in this campaign, and I've heard a lot in the classroom, is affordability. New York City is an expensive town to live in and find a job in. And I think Zohran touched on that. But public safety is also an issue. You know, college students travel the subway. They see what's going on, so they have concerns about that. But I think what was interesting for me was many students didn't know anything about Curtis Sliwa, and they found him this kind of unique New York City kind of caricature. So it's curious to see who identified with what candidate and for what reason. A three-way race has really made it interesting.
Now, leading into tonight, that sort of hope, that enthusiasm factors in, but pretty quickly people are going to check to see if their rent is going up. And if they're not in a stabilized apartment, they might be scratching their heads. Or if they're getting on an MTA bus, they may like, how much time does he really have to start making a difference so that all these grand promises, if it's fair for me to call them grand promises, are going to be evaluated?
Well, there was another famous Cuomo who used the phrase, you campaign in poetry and you govern in prose, and that was Mario. And that's oftentimes what we see. You know, campaigns are all about promises, but you have to govern, and governing is very different from campaigning. So it'll be interesting to see whoever wins tonight, what do they tackle first? What crisis, unexpected, do they have to deal with right out of the gate? And how do they move forward? And how do they bring a city together? Which somebody's going to win tonight, somebody's going to lose, and how do you bring all those New Yorkers together?
All right. There's this progressive movement that law enforcement perceives to be weak on law enforcement. If Zohran Mamdani does win tonight, he might be dealing very adversarial NYPD. What do you think? How do you think that needs to play out? What, if you had some advice for him, but also for New Yorkers looking at this, how will New Yorkers know how that's going? I imagine one thing is whether or not Commissioner Tisch stays, right?
Right, and that invitation was extended. Whether she stays or not will be determined. How does he handle the first crisis, the first tragedy, the first, God forbid, a law enforcement event or a shooting? How do they message public safety? It'd be very interesting to see how Zohran, we've seen him, you campaign in a primary, oftentimes you move to the left, and then you move more towards the center. And we've seen some of that as he's moderated, become a little bit more moderate in some of his messaging up until now. So we'll see when he's in the governor's chair, or mayor's chair, if that happens, how exactly he governs. Who does he surround himself with? Is it all, young political upstarts that have been behind his campaign, or is it more seasoned New York City pragmatic professionals who know how the machinery turns and works? So those are the kind of things I'd be looking for.
When he made the promise of free buses, as somebody who's covered transportation some, one of the thoughts that I had was, if we go back to Bill Bratton, Commissioner Bratton's first time as the commissioner for the NYPD, he really went after people who were fare evaders and said if they're willing to jump the turnstile and not pay the fare, they might be willing to do other things and have other things, and he was right. And his approach was the beginning of the subway system becoming much safer. So one of the first thoughts that I had when he said buses free for everyone was, well, then what is the catch-all? Then anybody can get on anytime. Right, we don't have that. Is it politically? How realistic is it politically that we're going to see free buses in New York? I know we're trying to guess a little bit here, but
there's nothing that's free, and free comes with a price tag, and that comes in the price tag of taxes. It comes in the price tag of budget expenses. So, even if he's able to implement some level of free service, and there was that pilot program, one line per borough. I would suggest that kind of thing. Make these pilot programs, gradually implement them, see where the funding comes from. New York City is also facing a budget crisis, as is New York State. So if he's going to get any of these free programs implemented, he's going to have to go to Albany with his hat in his hand looking for money. And they may not want to get behind free buses, particularly for a governor next year who's facing her own reelection.
Right. So we'll see about that. Maybe if you could bring it down, I think New Yorkers will appreciate it. Can we talk a little bit about national interest in this? Governor Abbott of Texas saying that anybody who moves to Texas after this, he's going to place the tariffs on. I have a feeling that's not my understanding of how tariffs work. But really, what type of implication does this have for the Democratic Party, as the former governor suggests?
Well, there is a real internal battle going on with the Democratic Party, and you've seen that with some major party figures who didn't come out and endorse the winner of the Democratic primary, Zohran Mamdani. There is some soul searching that's going to have to go on after the results are counted. You know, is the party, the Democratic Party, a socialist party? Is it moving that far to the left? Or if it's Cuomo is the victor, then, you know, it's more of a moderate centrist type of approach. But the one thing they've all united around is, you know, that President Trump is the real enemy in the room. And you've seen that with folks who haven't endorsed Zohran. They've kind of pivoted and pointed the finger at the White House as that's where the real enemy is. So I think you'll see some of that language in the weeks and months to come. But once this election is over, we're already looking at 2026 and the midterms, and that'll take up a lot of the oxygen out of the room.
And I have the benefit of a professor of political science to ask this. People throw around the word socialism a lot, right? And really, like when I look at schools, roads, the police department, the fire department, or soybean farmers getting bailed out, there's a lot of socialism that I see that seems to be in the works. How fair is it to use that term, and what do you think is the most responsible way to use that term? Because it used to be an insult, right? Trump would insult people saying, "Oh, that person's a socialist." Now that now that you have a candidate who says, "I'm a socialist," it seems like Trump said, "No, you're a communist." We got to go further now. So how fair is it to use that term? What does it really mean?
Well, I mean, language does matter, and how it's used and directed. We know socialism is around the globe has not been a successful political philosophy or approach, and we've seen that in countries like Venezuela. So I think how it's used, how it's interpreted, who it's tagged towards, it does matter. But I think for the Democratic Party, particularly coming up in the midterm elections, they want to move away from that. They have a lot of moderate districts, purple districts, where the term socialism is just going to become, you know, gasoline on a fire. So I think you're going to see some of that language kind of backpedaling nationally. You may not see it here in New York City, where the city council has a number of Democratic socialists, but nationally, certainly.
So what is it in the use of that term, socialism, that is something that the party does want to get away from, as opposed to saying we have a lot of social programs that everybody benefits from, like schools, like police departments?
Right. I think it's a word that's hard to understand for people, for the common voter. So they might have, you know, a number of immigrants who fled socialist countries to come to America and to live in a democratic republic that we have here. So I think that's a factor. I also think, yeah, we have social programs, but they used to be called safety net programs. And maybe there's a movement towards some more neutral language like that, as opposed to socialism, which just gets people's, you know, hairs on the back of their head standing up no matter where they fit on the side of, you know, what side of the issue.
Okay, and then polls close in a little over an hour.
Yeah.
How are you going to monitor, aside from Fox 5, of course, but how are you going to monitor the results, and how quickly do you expect that you'll start having a sense of the outcome, at least for the New York mayoral race?
I hope by like 10 o'clock that, you know, when the votes are counted, that, you know, we have a sense of it. But with this number of votes to be counted, that could upset, you know, the process a little bit. But I think, you know, you're starting to see where, you know, the big voter turnout, what parts of the city are having big voter turnout, you know, where are the Republican strongholds, where's Curtis Sliwa playing a spoiler, so to speak. So those are the kind of things I'd be looking at.
Let's name some of those neighborhoods, right? So I'll name the neighborhood, and you'll tell me if there's a high turnout, which candidate. We'll start easy, Staten Island.
Curtis.
Okay.
Curtis, yeah.
The Bronx, do you divide up the Bronx, South Bronx versus North Bronx?
I think Zohran does well in the Bronx.
In both South and North?
Yeah.
How about Brooklyn South and Brooklyn North?
Depends. I mean, Brooklyn can change block by block.
And it's huge, right?
Yeah, it's
Right.
a huge, big number of voters already we've seen with early voting in Brooklyn. A lot of homeowners in Brooklyn, so that could cut different ways.
Okay.
Mixed bag.
Manhattan?
Upper East Side versus Lower Manhattan, you know, it varies.
So Lower Manhattan might favor Zohran Mamdani.
I think so.
The conventional wisdom was Upper East Side, Upper West Side, maybe more for Cuomo.
Yeah.
Not to ignore other parts of Manhattan, but let's get out to Queens. Also a massive borough, but
Western Queens, Astoria, Long Island City, you know, the areas that Zohran represents in the assembly, I think are Zohran strongholds. You move over to Southeast Queens, a lot of homeowners, a lot of black voters who, you know, have a long history with the Cuomo family name and Democratic Party politics. So that could be a Cuomo strength. But, you know, what's interesting, 1 out of 4 voters statewide in New York are unaffiliated. So who are they voting for? Where do those votes break? So the unaffiliated voters, and they're spread out all over the city. Where do they land?
Hard to imagine people were still undecided going in today with candidates this loud and this different. All right, in the 2 minutes that I have left with you, let's talk about can I talk to you about the New Jersey gubernatorial race?
Sure.
A lot closer than some people expect it to be. What do you think?
I think it is going to be very close. I think the fact that Barack Obama was campaigning over the weekend probably says that some of the internal polls, might be tight for Mikey Sherrill. So I think that is a factor. New Jersey tends to alternate between Democratic and Republican governors, and this time around, it would favor a Republican if that's the case. But it's also a state Trump lost twice, so it's hard to figure out.
What about the fact that Jack Ciattarelli has run before? Does that
Absolutely
help
helps with name recognition. It was a very close election the last time he ran. I think it'd be curious to see how that lands, but it's going to be a close one.
And it seems like there are two divergent issues, right? Alignment with Trump being what Mikey Sherrill wants to talk about her opponent, but when it comes, but she's also trying to say, I'm the one who's going to attack affordability. Is there one message that's getting out more than the other?
I think affordability is something that hits home with everybody. No matter how wealthy you are, you can always want more. No matter how poor you are, you can always want more. So I think affordability is kind of that message that resonates with all voters. And I think candidates who are successfully and focus on that, are probably candidates who will be successful this election season.
And their polls close in a matter of 1 minute,
Yeah.
as does our Newsroom Live edition.
Right.
But do you think it's going to take a little bit longer, given that race appears like it could be much closer?
It could. It's just, it's not as big as New York City in terms of, the excitement, I think. But certainly, hopefully we'll know tonight, and hopefully we'll know before we go off the air.
All right, Professor Brown, a pleasure to visit your class this time, not in Queens, but still learning from you.
You're
really
always
appreciate your
welcome.
time.
Come on back.
All right, we're gonna bounce for now, but we're gonna be back at 9 o'clock probably on our YouTube station with more details and some analysis about how things are going. Thanks for being with us, and we'll see you all night long. Yes. Okay, welcome to Newsroom Live, the special edition. This one should be going out on our YouTube channel. Fox 5 has expanded newscasts tonight, looking at everything in detail, and we wanted to come on and give some more insight too. Polls as of 20 seconds ago in New York City have closed, and it looks like it's going to come set some sort of record in terms of turnout. As of 6 o'clock this evening, there were already 1.85 million New Yorkers who had voted. And that in and of itself is a significant turnout. And there's some questions which raises the possibility that we cross the threshold of 2 million voters. When you count the percentage of registered voters in New York, that would be an incredibly high percentage. But polls in New York have closed. In the meantime, the polls have closed in some other races outside of New York, and they seem to be very significant. Over in New Jersey, there's a race for governor there, and Democrat Mikey Sherrill seems to be outperforming certainly polls and perhaps the expectations of some people out there, with about 40% of the votes counted so far. Democrat Mikey Sherrill is leading the Republican candidate who has run before in Jack Ciattarelli. Again, that's about 40% of the vote calculated. She appears to be 14% ahead in terms of total votes. Looks like she is about 180,000 votes ahead of Jack Ciattarelli. Now, very important to note that as these precincts close, some may be more Republican than others. So that's why we wait for a race to be officially called before we conclude that there is an outcome, an official outcome, an official winner to that race. Now, meanwhile, the race in Virginia has concluded as well, and the Democratic candidate there, Abigail Spanberger, is more than 10 points ahead. That race has been called. She garnering 55.5% of the vote there, and the Republican candidate Winsome Earl Sears garnering 44.3%. The difference of votes there about looks to be over 300,000 more votes for Democrat Abigail Spanberger. This would seem to break from some of the trends that we saw in the election last year. One of the main themes of that election last year was that of immigration, but this year affordability and the personal economy appears to be very important. And with that, let's talk about the New York City race. Again, polls have closed as of less than 3 minutes ago. It is a three-person race, which we have covered extensively, and we're going to rattle through the candidates left to right in terms of what they did today. Now, Zohran Mamdani showed up to vote today with his wife, and he, of course, is a famous resident of Astoria, Queens, and they voted side by side today. Now, in the second mayoral debate, the point was it was noticed that Mamdani did not have an opinion for New Yorkers on the ballot measures, but today he said he favors 2 through 5, which are probably the more controversial ones that have to do with affordable housing and would centralize power for the mayor to have a heavier hand in deciding how affordable housing projects move forward in the city. It is probably one of the most closely watched ballot measures on there. There are other ones too. But afterwards, Mamdani spoke, and even though his experience is something that Cuomo wanted to draw attention to separate the two candidates, he was asked about Trump's comments about wanting to punish New York if Mamdani is elected. Let's have a listen into what he had to say in response to Trump's comments.
President Trump also encouraged every New Yorker to vote for Andrew Cuomo. There are many things that he will say and that he will do that will not actually bear out in the results within our own city. I will treat his threats as they deserve to be treated, which are the words of a president and not necessarily the law of the land. And too often we treat anything that he says by virtue of who's saying it as if it is already that law. And it is time that we have a mayor who stands up for New Yorkers each and every day, not one who's willing to sacrifice those New Yorkers so that they can stand up for themselves.
All right, last question right here.
Phone banking for
Go ahead.
Assemblyman. Any last-minute message for New Yorkers who may be concerned that the president will follow through on his threats if you win tonight?
I look forward to representing those New Yorkers and look forward to fighting for every single dollar this city is owed. What we see in the language of Donald Trump is a premise as if it is his decision on whether or not to fund a city the very money that this city is owed. And I look forward to utilizing every single tool at my disposal as the next mayor of this city to fight for the people of it. That means using the courts, that means using the bully pulpit, that means ensuring that we actually follow the letter of the law. And I know that doing so is something that threatens Donald Trump. It's why he's gone after Attorney General James, because she had the audacity to hold him to the same law that every New Yorker is held to. But I will not be intimidated by this president. I will not be intimidated by anyone, because my job here is to serve the people of the city.
And now, if in fact the predictions prove to be correct and Mamdani does win and becomes the city's next mayor, dealing with President Trump will be perhaps one of the defining pieces of his legacy in terms of how he handles adversity out of Washington, D.C. This was his march yesterday as he marched across, I think it was the Brooklyn Bridge, towards City Hall, trying to motivate his base. He has taken nothing for granted. He has kept a very, very busy schedule and continued to hammer away at the message of the lack of affordability. But he has made promises that even political experts question whether or not he will be able to keep, and that is free buses. One of the hurdles for that is that the mayor does not control the buses. Buses are run by New York City Transit, which is one of the agencies under the MTA, which is a state agency. So in some respects, people felt like he's been writing a check that the mayor can't cash. But we'll see. He has a plan for changing the taxation system in order to be able to fund free buses. And then the other motto was a rent freeze, which if we get into the fine print, and it matters here, whether or not you fall within that category, he was talking about rent stabilization, and whether or not he's going to be able to do that seems to be more likely because the mayor appoints the vast majority of the members on the rent stabilization board, which each year decides 1 year and 2 year increases on the about 1 million rent stabilized apartments in the city. Not a drop in the bucket, but important to point out that is not exactly everyone. Again, polls have closed as of 7 minutes ago. What's going to happen now is that the results will start coming in for New York City as they have in races around the country that closed prior to 9 o'clock Eastern this evening, including New Jersey's race where the Democrat Mikey Sherrill seems to be ahead. And let's move on to the next candidate now, and that is the former governor Andrew Cuomo. It's been about 4 years since he left office in disgrace after a slew of accusations of sexual harassment or sexual misconduct. 13 women, I believe, in all came forward and said that he acted inappropriately. Obviously, the former governor built a strong reputation during the COVID pandemic when he was on screens almost daily and ushered the state through a very difficult time, although not without criticism in terms of how he handled nursing homes, and in particular might have purposefully buried information in terms of the number of people who had passed away during that time. Now, he was flanked by his two daughters there and son-in-law wearing a Cuomo mayor sweater. We saw a lot of swag out there today of Cuomo mayor, and we'll see if at the end of tonight he will be standing wearing that. Now we have our Linda Schmidt is at his headquarters. Our Morgan Mackay is at Mamdani's headquarters. We have reporters all over the place that they're going to be on a regular newscast. But let's take a listen in today at what Cuomo had to say when he was asked about the same subject that his chief opponent, Mamdani, was asked in terms of President Trump inserting himself into this race, saying that he supports Cuomo. This was Cuomo's response to support from President Trump.
Trump endorsement. What do you make of the Trump endorsement? Do you accept it from the president?
The president does not support me. The president opposes Zohran Mamdani. The president believes Zohran Mamdani is a communist. He believes he's an existential threat. I believe he's a socialist and an existential threat, and not a dress-up socialist, right? Their school of socialism, this Democratic Socialist of America. Government controls the means of production. No private ownership of real estate. Abolish jails. Decriminalize prostitution. This is frightening stuff. And I think that's why you're seeing New Yorkers react and New Yorkers turn out. I'm offering the exact opposite. Safer New York, 5,000 new police, 1,500 police on the subways. Make New Yorkers feel safe again. You want to bring the cost of housing down, which we have to do? You have to build more affordable housing. It's supply and demand. There's nothing tricky to it. The trick is having the competence and the ability to make the government work to actually build 100,000 units a year. And that's about making the government work, which is what I have done all my life.
Actually, I'm going to ask Brian Kay if we can show the Cuomo's headquarters. They're on R2 right now. Brian Kay manning the technical side of things for us. We talked to Linda Schmidt just a short time ago, and she was there by herself, but now that room has begun to fill up. And here is a look at Mamdani's headquarters as well, as we show what's going on there. There's a lot of support for both candidates. The support, though, that's where it ends. The support then becomes quite different. Is that Brad Lander there? If that is Brad Lander, he's the New York City Comptroller, one of 3 citywide elected offices. Aside from mayor, you have the city comptroller, who's basically the CFO of the city, and then the public advocate, who's Jumaane Williams. Brad Lander ran in the Democratic primary and did well. Did well in a crowded field. Now let's go over to Cuomo's headquarters for this evening, and I think that's at the Ziegfeld Theater in Midtown Manhattan. When we talked to Linda Schmidt, that room was absolutely empty aside from the news media, but now we see that people know that polls closed 11 and a half minutes ago and are getting ready for those results to start coming in. Affordability in the city, really a crucial issue. Now, usually crime also figures to be a very important issue, and this is our segue to talk about the third candidate, who is the Republican candidate for mayor, and that is Curtis Sliwa, perhaps best known for his Red Beret and being the founder of the Guardian Angels at a time when crime in the city was truly, as some would say, out of control. Some may say that they feel it's out of control today, but anybody who was in New York during that time period understands a different level of chaos on New York City streets, and in particular in the subways. And there are a lot of voters that remember what it felt like during that time to be right in the subway in certain conditions, and then feeling the relief when seeing Guardian Angels come out and join them. Now, this is his wife voting today, because Curtis Sliwa himself took part in the early voting process here in New York. And afterwards, Curtis Sliwa was asked about his thoughts today, and really expressed something probably many New Yorkers feel in terms of relief that New York, after hearing the candidates speak for so long, that New Yorkers finally get their say today.
I'm excited by the fact that people have been revived to understand that they have a right to vote and they need to exercise the vote. And as I've told them, whether they are friendly towards me or they're supporting one of my foes, we should all be proud as New Yorkers. Look at the unprecedented turnout in the early voting. And I'm sure there's going to be another big round of voting today. I'm getting initial responses from folks that we have at polling sites, that people are really engaged. They're understanding the importance of elections. Most importantly, my campaign has stood in stark contrast to Andrew Cuomo, the candidate of the billionaires, the influencers, the insiders. Tell you straight up, this is not going to be an election determined by the powers that be. It's going to be determined by the people, even if they don't choose me. This is people power. This is not the power of the political elite, the wealthy, the rich, who think they can wine you, dine you, and pocket line you like they have Andrew Cuomo.
And with the results.
All right, so the important part to take notice there is that when Curtis Lee was speaking today, the first candidate he took aim at was not the Democratic frontrunner in Zohran Mamdani. It was the independent running after losing in the Democratic primary, Andrew Cuomo. Curtis Sliwa first began with taking on Andrew Cuomo in that statement. By the way, Andrew Cuomo, I was reading in Politico, received, for example, $8 million in donations from former New York City Mayor Michael Bloomberg. And maybe that was one of the things that Curtis Sliwa has on his mind as he draws a distinction between him and Andrew Cuomo. You would think that Andrew Cuomo might be the front runner given how much attention Curtis Sliwa gave him today and continued to give him as the race wound down to this election day. Now, the other thing that's worth pointing out is really how there was a difference in terms of how much safety mattered in the minds of voters in this race. A lot of people talking about how they feel unsafe in the subways. We've been talking to the MTA. They're averaging about 4.5 million daily riders in the subway system, weekday riders. And in terms of major felonies, they're averaging around 6, which is safer than any large city or small city for that matter. Still, if you're one of the 6 people who was a victim of a major felony, it is really terrible. But in terms of how the city is managing safety in the subways, it's a marked improvement to years past, and certainly during the pandemic and when we came out of the pandemic, when there were a lot of issues down there. It may be the fact that things have gotten a little bit lighter underground. Did that impact Curtis Sliwa's turnout and support for this mayoral election? We're going to find out since polls closed about 16 minutes ago. So just to wrap up, polls are closed. Nationally, we're seeing some results. Right now, the Democrats in the races nationally are the ones who are winning. Mikey Sherrill now with more than half of the votes counted is up 58% to 42%. It's fluctuated a little bit, but she at worst she was 13 points ahead, and now she's 16 points ahead. So as that fluctuates, she's maintained a sizable lead. And when you look at the actual number of votes, 720,000 for Chitterelli and close to 1 million now for Mikey Sherrill, that's a significant gap even as they go forward and count the remaining votes. Now in the state of Virginia, Abigail Spanberger, the Democrat there, that race has been called. She has garnered 1.5 million votes, and her Republican opponent about less than 1,200,000 votes there. So the difference there is 56% for the Democrat in that race, 43% for the Republican. Now, each of these races is unique, as is the New York City race, where instead of just a Democrat versus a Republican, we have a longtime Democrat, really a figure in New York City politics going back to his father's time as governor, and it became a three-way race there. I'm joined by Professor Mike Brown, political science professor at St. John's University. I guess we're 18 minutes, not even 18 minutes into the conclusion of the New York City race. So let's talk about the larger picture at this point. What does it tell you that the Virginia race is called in favor of the Democrat, and that Mikey Sherrill in the polls, we didn't know where it was going to go, but she's 16 points ahead with over half the votes counted at this point. What does that tell us?
Tells me polls aren't always correct, and I was surprised by that.
Which you were saying, for the record, before the polls closed today.
Correct, but yeah, so this was supposed to be a close election. Doesn't look like that's happening at all. So that's interesting. What does that mean? Does that translate down to the New York City election? We'll see. Also, I think it says that President Trump is unpopular. And I think that's a factor that you're seeing in Virginia and New Jersey. What we thought might have been close elections aren't that close.
For Jack Chitterelli right now to be down 16 points, and when you look at the actual vote totals, it actually looks worse when you see the vote totals. But he made it a point to be aligned with President Trump with policy and with praise. Is that one of the factors in what you see in his performance so far?
Well, I think it was a gamble that he took, aligning himself so closely to President Trump in the White House and what is traditionally, a blue state. But, he rolled the dice and went with it. And in this case, it didn't work out. So I think there'll probably be some soul searching in the morning when they really look at the results. But some of the counties, they were kind of traditional conservative counties, where Cheryl was doing well. So clearly her message resonated.
And is it? How do you split up this pie, right? If the pie, part of this pie is President Trump, and the other part of the pie is affordability, is it 50-50 here, or do you think one is weighing more heavily on voters than the other?
I think it depends on where the voter is coming from. If you're a single mom struggling to make ends meet, affordability is probably top of mind. If you're a business person looking at, tariffs or policies, you're looking at what's coming out of Washington. So kind of where you stand on an issue depends on where you sit. And I think that's really what drives every voter to the polls.
Do you expect, there seems to be a pattern with some candidates or amongst some political figures, if their party or if they're not winning, that the election is somehow compromised? Like very conveniently when they're winning, everything's okay. Do you anticipate we're going to hear accusations that somehow there was some sort of improper voting going on?
I don't think you'll see that in New York City. I don't think you'll hear those allegations. In other parts of the country, perhaps. I think what we've come to enjoy here in New York City is, sometimes it takes a while to get the results, but I think we've gotten better at that. And actually, the first batch of votes that you see are the early voting votes that were cast over 9 days. So I don't think the voter fraud is as much of a concern for New York City voters as you might see in other parts of the country.
Okay, and now for New York, in the last election cycle, when we talked about bail reform, I mean, if I can be candid about it, it seemed like the Democrats, when bail reform was passed, they owned all three branches of power.
Correct.
In Albany. So it's kind of like you break it, you bought it, right? They pushed it through. It seemed we saw a lot of problems with it in New York. As noble as the foundation of that idea might have been, does this signify that the whole issue of public safety has it's not disappeared, but that affordability has leapfrogged it as an issue? That so far, I mean, we still have to see the New York results.
Yeah, I think affordability, I mean, to his credit, Zohran messaged that very early in his campaign and stuck with it, and it seemed to resonate. I mean, who can argue with, affordability? New York City is an expensive town. But public safety, statistically, we're a safe city. We're a safe big city. But what happens is you have these horrific, crime events that occur, particularly in the subway system, and that casts a perception. And in politics, oftentimes perception is everything.
Right. Now, speaking of perception, I'm looking to see if the early New York numbers are in, and I'm not sure I see that yet. Some expect that it will be close, but we don't see the numbers coming in for that just yet. But you were saying before, you don't think that this is one that's going to go that long tonight, that we'll get a pretty early sense of what's going on here?
You had 745,000 people vote early, and again, those numbers will be counted right away, almost right about now, shortly after the polls close. So, I think if that's a third of the votes cast, we'll have a good sense from those early voting numbers.
What are the other races in New York City that might be of significance? Is it the city council races?
There's a handful of city council races that have, token Republican opposition. New York City is a democratically controlled city for the most part. There's 6 members of the city council who are Republican. I think incumbents tend to win, so there's not too many down ballot races that I'm really been following too closely, other than the big ones.
What about the ballot measures? 2 through 5 are about affordable housing. It seems like one of those, who would be against it?
Right.
But it does centralize power for the mayor. It would centralize power for the mayor if it succeeds. How important is that?
Well, I mean, we haven't heard too much conversation about housing in the general election. You heard about it more in the primary when more Democrats were running and they were putting forth different housing ideas. New York City has done some interesting things lately with upzoning some different parts of the 5 boroughs to allow for more housing. We know housing is a big issue, but it really hasn't gotten the justice that it deserves. So I think when people go to the ballot, when people go to vote, if they remember to flip that ballot over, they may not quite understand all those ballot issues. But to your point, it gives more power to the mayor when it comes to decision making. And do you want to do that? Do you want to take that power away from the local city council member when it comes to making important housing decisions. We'll see.
And there are 6 proposals, the 6th one being one that maybe we can get somewhere on
Yeah,
here definitively in that wanting to combine New York City's mayoral election with that of the presidential election. The obvious side of that argument is bring it all together. But do you share? Do you hold a position on it? And do you, in particular, a lot of people who are against it say the issues of New York need to be separated in order for those issues to be examined?
I completely agree. I don't think it's a good idea to combine the two. I mean, look, this is a great, exciting race. You know, how could it compete with the presidential year, as exciting as it is? And bring that theory down to lower. Local villages have their elections. You know, city council, they need to have their day in the sun on election day. And I think that's a good reason to keep them separate.
Okay, and then as a matter of process.
Just called Mikey Sherrill.
Oh, okay. Well, our assistant news director, Becky Cook, just told us that Mikey Sherrill, it's been called, and it's not with 100% of the votes counted, but that gap we were talking about in terms of the number of votes here, she's got 1.1 million votes. All right. What do you see when you look at this? I mean, that seems to be a pretty stark difference.
Yeah, I mean, again, I go back to what were the polls looking at. You know, those commercials on both sides were pretty hard hitting. You know, so clearly her message resonated with New Jersey voters.
What happens with her congressional seat now that she moves up?
There'll be a special election at some point. The governor will declare that.
But the current governor will declare it? Or does she
point.
get to decide?
Yeah.
I'm going to pick who replaces
I'm going to have to get back to you on that one.
Right? We're going to have to take a look at it. But
yeah, I would think it's Murphy, but we'll see.
Our operator, Brian Kay, is from New Jersey. He believes Governor Murphy will make that call. It would be odd for the person who wins to make that call. But do we need to really do a little bit of soul searching when it comes to polls, because we spent a lot of time talking about it, and since at least 2016, it's been pretty clear that
the method isn't working. And whether it's people not answering their phones, if people still have a traditional landline phone, who's responding to them, are they telling the truth? We've got to find a better way.
All right. And speaking of a better way, is there a time when if we want to get more people to vote, it seems like getting them to vote by phone, is that the wave of the future? If we can bank by phone, if we can securely do those things, but we haven't heard any sort of meaningful conversation about that.
There are, I think, some voter reforms that we can do, like, we can increase maybe same-day voter registration. Online voting, I don't know, to me, that's risky. If there can be a foolproof way to secure the ballot, yes, but I'm not sure about that.
Now, what do you think is going to be different for New Jerseyans now that this race has been called and they know who the next governor is going to be? Energy costs, for one, they know somebody's going to take a hard look at that. What else is going to be different for the people of New Jersey?
How does President Trump relate to the Garden State? How does he, communicate? How does he get along with you? What does it mean for the Garden State if you have an adversary in the White House? Or do you? Perhaps it's a new day.
Well, okay, perhaps, right? I love the optimism, Professor. But the president has already said he doesn't want to fund certain projects, and that was even before the outcome of this. Yeah. So there's some people were saying, his threats. He already has made his position known. Gateway, for instance, is losing its federal funds,
right?
Or has lost its federal funds. So that's what some New Jersey look. When Trump threatens a candidate and says, if you vote for him, how realistically should we process that threat? Because voters don't really respond to that well. They're going to vote. If anything, you might have created more backlash. Right. The second thing is there are a lot of Republicans in both these situations, whether it's New York City or the state of New Jersey. So is he willing to punish all Republicans in order to make his point here?
Exactly. And one thing that we've come to learn about President Trump is, nothing is finite. Things change, and they can change very quickly. And you might see some of that. But the midterms are coming up, and I think the Republican Party will be looking at the results tonight and trying to figure out, are these one-offs, or is there a course correction that they have to make to prepare for the November midterm?
And then my final question then. Does the Democratic Party get to take credit in this? Because some of these candidates, certainly New York City's Democratic candidate, is not running, it doesn't feel like he's running with the support of the Democratic Party, right? Charles Schumer voted today. When he came out, he wouldn't even say who he voted for. And even in the support that Mamdani has gotten, it seems to be like, oh, well, it's time, okay? Like, even with Hakeem Jeffries, it doesn't quite seem passionate. How much credit do you think the Democratic Party can actually take for their success in the 30 seconds we've got?
Well, it depends. It depends how, if Zohran is successful tonight, what does he do? Does he go after those Democrats who didn't endorse him or support him with the DSA candidates to run against them? Or does, he just focus on governing? But the one thing that all those Democrats have in common is they pivot and point to the White House and say, that's the real enemy. It's not the inter-party fighting, it's the White House.
All right. Well, thank you, Professor Brown, again for this chat, and we'll see now that polls have closed 30 minutes ago. We'll start getting the New York results, but certainly the Democratic results are in for New Jersey with a victory there, and in Virginia as well. See you guys later.
because we got a lot of work to do to save our city. Thank you. Thank you.
Curtis, will you run again? Will you run again?
Not thinking about that now.
All right, well, listen. I am a 1980.
Another way to... Hi guys, we're coming back to our Newsroom Live edition for our YouTube audience in particular, where we get to talk about things outside of our newscast. Our newscast is covering the breaking news right now that the Associated Press has called the race for New York City mayor, and they've called it in favor of Zohran Mamdani. He will be the next mayor of New York City. Here are the results so far, with 60%, with about 60% of the votes counted so far. Mamdani holding an 8% lead over former Governor Andrew Cuomo at 50% to 42%, and the Republican nominee in this race, Curtis Sliwa, has 8%. Over in New Jersey, that race has also been called now. It is over. The Democratic candidate there, Mikey Sherrill, handily beating Republican Jack Ciattarelli there, 57 to 42%. And going back to the New York race, looks like Mamdani has close to 700,000 votes counted so far. Former Governor Cuomo has less than 600,000 votes, and Curtis Sliwa, the founder of the Guardian Angels, coming in with with about 108,000 votes thus far. Again, there's still about 40% of votes to be counted, but obviously, given how many are left and which districts or which precincts, as we call them here in New York City, have yet to be counted, the AP has deemed it mathematically impossible for Andrew Cuomo to overcome the deficit that we see on our screen right now. Just a short time ago, Curtis Sliwa gave a very short address at his election headquarters, and we would imagine now in quick succession we're going to hear from Zohran Mamdani at his headquarters, and also Andrew Cuomo at his. Presumably what usually happens now is that the candidates call each other. Usually they congratulate each other on the run that they made, and then the winner comes out and speaks. For instance, in this case, one would imagine when Cuomo comes out, he's going to say his piece and say that he has spoken with Zohran Mamdani and congratulated him, and then we would expect to hear from Zohran Mamdani as well. This has been a historic race for a number of reasons, and one that has overcome the typical apathy that New York City voters have for a political race. As of one point this evening, not too many hours ago, there were New York City was on track to perhaps break a record of 2 million votes in this mayoral election. We were at 1.85 million at around 6 p.m. So whatever the difference was between 6 p.m. and 9 p.m. But even at that benchmark, it would represent the most votes cast since 1993, and that was the mayoral election. For those who remember, when the mayor, David Dinkins, was the incumbent and was unseated by then Republican Rudy Giuliani, still a Republican. Rudy Giuliani endorsed Curtis Sliwa in this race, if it is worth noting. But that obviously was not enough to make a difference. What is that one? I'm going to ask Brian Kay here, who is helping guide the technical aspect of this. There are, let's take a look at the New Jersey headquarters, where if you want to go to ELC 3 or 1, what's that?
Jack Chitterelli.
Yeah. So this is New Jersey Governor Jack Chitterelli's election night headquarters. I was there for his run last time around when he lost I think it was a much more narrow race to Governor Phil Murphy, who, being term limited out, opened the vacancy for Mikey Sherrill and Jack Chitterelli to compete for. Now, Jack Chitterelli was favored by President Trump, and was aligned in his campaign with Trump and his policies. The voters here are obviously not persuaded by that message. His opponent, Mikey Sherrill, as we take a look at her headquarters now, she was, or is that Mamdani? Yeah, that one's Mamdani. Well, we could take a look at that one just so that we look at the New York City race, Brian. And you see our reporters at all of these. This is Curtis Sliwa's headquarters, and that should be wrapping up there. And this one is Mamdani's, Zohran Mamdani's headquarters here on election night. Now comes the time of delivering, right? A lot has been emphasized in this race about the lack of affordability in New York City. Two of the signature promises made by Zohran Mamdani was free buses, which would involve a change of policy at an agency that the New York City mayor is not in charge of. The MTA runs New York City buses, and that's a state agency. He would have to persuade Governor Hochul, who herself is going to be fighting for her reelection pretty soon. The other promise that he made was a rent freeze for rent-subsidized apartment in New York City. That represents about 1 million of the apartments in New York City. That's probably more achievable because the mayor appoints the members of the Rent Stabilization Board. So look for that to actually happen. And he made other promises, including one that drew a lot of attention was grocery stores in underserved neighborhoods, so that people could buy provisions for a more affordable price. And a lot of people both praised that idea, and there's a pretty vocal group that was not happy with it. Let's turn our attention now to the headquarters of Mikey Sherrill. And I won't imagine that they're going to look at their opponents and when they come out, so they're not coming out at the same time. Now, based on the timetable of events tonight, one would imagine that Mikey Sherrill would come out and speak before Zohran Mamdani. For one, the polls there closed at 8 p.m., an hour earlier than polls closed here in New York, and her race was called about I don't know if it was a full hour, but it was called sometime before the New York City race was called. So when they come out, we'll come back to you with what they have to say on this crucial night as a new chapter, certainly in politics of the tri-state has begun, but perhaps an indication of some changes coming to us as a country with midterm elections also around the corner. We're going to come off for a little bit, but when we come back, when we see any developments, we're going to come back to our YouTube channel right here. And in the meantime, also, Fox 5 has expanded newscasts with all our reporters and our resources out tonight covering this. So different ways that you can get information, but certainly when we see anything developing, we're going to jump on it right away. All right? See you in a bit.
G. Caldwell, my father. I am so delighted that New Jersey has had the chance to get to know the amazing person I call Dad. I've watched my dad crisscross our gorgeous state to speak with every New Jerseyan, regardless of party, to share his and Mikey's vision for a better future. I've watched him meet with residents every day, from morning to night, from North to South Jersey, and remind them that they are not forgotten, and that there are leaders out there who see and hear them. I've seen the excitement he's brought to every campaign stop, small or big, the way he lights up at every single small business visit, and how every conversation with volunteers and students leaves him smiling long after the event is over. Across it all, his eagerness to serve, his excitement at the idea of helping people has never faded. It's a passion I've only seen grow each and every day. I am so very proud of him, and I know how well he will serve all of you. Standing here, I can't help but be reminded of the path my family took to get here. My dad's parents, my grandparents, sacrificed everything they had to give us the opportunity to live in a place like New Jersey, and for my dad to live the American dream. In turn, he's dedicated his life to being a voice for the voiceless. I know they are watching over him, beaming with pride tonight. And it is because of that drive to be a voice for the small and to help everyone that I know he's going to make a fantastic lieutenant governor. As I get ready to graduate college, I'm inspired by the values my dad and Mikey Sherrill are fighting for, and I am confident they will make a brilliant team in Trenton. So together, they also give me hope for my generation. At a time when the world feels too chaotic, too expensive, and sometimes scary to navigate, their leadership will help light the way. And with that, I am beyond excited to introduce my father and your next Lieutenant Governor, Dr. Dale G. Caldwell.
Hello, New Jersey! I want to say I love my daughter. She's fantastic. But I want to begin by first saying thank you. Thank you to all the people who we met along the way, all the people who stopped their lives for Mikey and I. Give yourselves a round of applause. I also have to thank my daughter Ashley for being the best daughter a dad could ever ask for. She's my greatest inspiration, and everything I do is for her. I hope this victory serves as a reminder to all the young people out there that with patience, courage, you can achieve amazing things. I was thrilled to see so many young people get involved in this election, whether it's knocking doors, making phone calls, or exercising their right to vote. We all know our young people are the future, and it's critical they have a voice in shaping how the future unfolds. And to the people of New Jersey, thank you for putting your trust in us. Thank you for having the courage to reject division and the faith to believe in a better future. Thank you for never losing hope and for having the grit to make that hope very real. And thank you to Mikey for giving me the honor to stand beside you and serve this incredible state. Together, we are starting the transformation of America and restoring the promise of we the people. Throughout this campaign, I've said my mission is guided by Proverbs 31:8-9, to be a voice for the voiceless and to speak up for the destitute. That is what guiding this fight. We're fighting to make sure that everybody, no matter what you look like, no matter what your orientation is, no matter what color you are, no matter where you're from, no matter how much money you make, no matter who you are, we're here for you. Because we know with Mikey, your family wins. With Mikey, your community wins. With Mikey, unions win. With Mikey, small businesses win. With Mikey, teachers win. With Mikey, we all win. So now I'd like for us to take a moment of silence as we come upon America's 250th anniversary. Let's pause to recognize the importance of this night. So tonight, our state has decided to elect the first Democratic woman to the governor's office. One of the most powerful in the country, and to send the first black pastor to Trenton as her lieutenant. New Jersey, you have made history once again. Now, I know what powerful movements look like. My father marched arm in arm with Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. and was on the Edmund Pettus Bridge in Selma at the March on Washington. Service is a way of life that I learned from him, and one of the biggest reasons I said yes to running alongside Mikey. So trust me when I say, tonight we've started a movement. Tens of thousands of New Jerseyans told Trump that we will never stand for his attacks on our communities, and his division and hate has no place in New Jersey. While they try to tear women down, we are sending the first Democratic woman to the governor's office. While they try to silence communities of color, we're sending the first black man to the lieutenant governor's office. While they attack the most vulnerable among us, we are sending a woman who spent her life protecting people and a pastor who spent his life uplifting communities to Trenton. And make no mistake, together we are taking the first steps in breaking their unconstitutional assault on our state and our country. They've had their day. Tomorrow begins a new day, our day. Because New Jersey is strong, New Jersey is independent, and New Jersey will never bow to anyone. And I know Mikey will never bow, just like the strong women leaders who came before her and who embodied service and courage. 37 years ago, I worked as an intern for Karen Elkis in the Camden office of Senator Frank Lautenberg. 22 years ago, I served as a deputy commissioner of the Department of Community Affairs under Susan Bass-Levin. I love working with strong women. And tonight, I could not be more proud to serve with Governor Mikey Sherrill to transform New Jersey for every one of you. As I stand here today, I'm struck by the fact that like Mikey, I don't come from a political family. I'm not a career politician. My parents never held office. My grandparents never held office. In fact, for much of our history, people like us were told not to get involved. We were also told that there was no seat at the table for us. Tonight, I stand here in defiance of that vision of America, in defiance of those who would limit our democracy and silence voices like ours, in defiance of the hate and violence that some are trying to bring back, and in honor of the generations who fought, bled, and died for the right to vote, who fought for we the people. I am living proof that even the wildest dreams can come true, because never in a million years would my grandparents have predicted this for their son. That is the beauty of the American dream. And that is the New Jersey that Mikey and I are fighting for. A New Jersey where our stories are not the exception. A New Jersey where my daughter's dreams and your children's dreams have no limits, and where they have the opportunity to turn those dreams into reality. Tonight, we celebrate that possibility. Tonight, we honor the courage it took to make it real. Tonight, we took one more step towards the promise immortalized in We the People. So thank you, New Jersey, for your trust, your strength, and your belief in what we can do together. I promise we will not let you down. God bless you all. Thank you very much.
Let's get it started. Let's get it started in here. Let's get it started. Let's get it started in here. Let's get it started. Let's get it started in here. Let's get it started. Let's get it started in here. Yeah. Lose control.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the family of the governor-elect, husband Jason Hedberg, and children Maggie, Merritt, Ike, and Lincoln Hedberg.
Good evening, New Jersey. My name is Jason. I'm Mikey Sherrill's husband. You may know me from my popular lawn sign video, or perhaps you spied me in the background at one of her many speeches. And I will be honest that I had this whole speech prepared, but a friend told me to keep it short, and frankly, she won so quickly, I didn't really have time to memorize most of it. I will also tell you that it was going to be a list of her many, many good qualities, but clearly the people of New Jersey are aware of that already. But allow me just to expand on one significant quality I think Mikey has that most of you recognize but is worth going over. So we've been married just over 20 years, and every day I feel lucky. And not just lucky, but every day I recognize that she brings out the best in me. And when I think about leadership, isn't that what it's really all about? And leaders are those we look up to, that inspire us, that give us the confidence to rise a little higher and be the best versions of ourselves. When we went to the Naval Academy and in the Navy, we learned a lot about leadership. And it was never about being a CEO, governor, or business. It was always about people. And at the foundation of leadership was caring about people. Somewhere along the way, I feel that caring was not considered a strength. But Mikey never forgot that caring is a strength. And she cares deeply. She listens to people, she includes them, and she leads with both her head and her heart. And no one gets left behind. So I think this outstanding victory tonight is a great affirmation of a positive direction we're headed in this country. And I don't think that we can rest easy, but I will say I will rest easier tonight knowing Mikey is at the helm. All right, New Jersey, so let's get excited, let's get inspired, and let's get loud. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the next governor of the great state of New Jersey, Mikey Sherrill.
Just wrap your legs around these velvet rims and strap your hands across my engines. Together we could break this trap when we're up till we drop. Baby, we'll never go back. Oh, you walk with me out on the wire, 'cause baby I'm just a scared lonely ride.
But man, with this vote, you guys just scream from the rooftops. and people around the country have heard you. I hear you too. This was a tough fight, and this is a tough state. But I know you, New Jersey, and I love you. I've fought for you. I've spoken with thousands of you over this last year. I know your struggles. I know your hopes. I know your dreams. So serving you is worth any tough fight I have to take on, and I am incredibly honored to be your next governor. When I was 18, I raised my hand and I swore to defend the Constitution. And that moment defines me. It taught me that leadership means carrying the weight of other people's hopes, standing firm when it's easier to bend, and always putting the common good above personal gain. And I know how hard it can be to serve in these times. And I just got a call from Jack Chittarelli, and I want to recognize him for stepping up. And all of you know, I love our history, and our state motto has always stuck with me. In 1777, New Jersey was one of the first states to choose a motto. Anybody? Liberty and prosperity. I'm going to get some more civics education going. We'll get that known by all. But it was a demand for freedom from oppression and a commitment to creating better opportunity and a better future. That idea has defined us for almost 250 years. We fought for liberty at the crossroads of the American Revolution, turning the tide for our young nation at the battles of Trenton and Princeton. We offered prosperity as we built the nation during the Industrial Revolution. We've been the cradle of scientific discovery, inventing everything from the light bulb to the laser. Liberty and prosperity. I've seen the genius in that motto over the last year, because both are essential in our democracy. And as the president is backing away from this ideal, cutting SNAP, ripping away health care, terminating Gateway, we here in New Jersey are bound to fight for a different future for our children. We see how clearly important liberty is. We know that no one in our great state is safe when our neighbors are targeted, ignoring the law and the Constitution. But prosperity is equally essential. Liberty alone is not enough if the government makes it impossible for you to feed your family, to get a good education, or to get a good job. So in this country, that shouldn't be too much to ask. But right now, all of it seems at risk. Governors have never mattered more. And in this state, I am determined to build prosperity for all of our citizens. And I've heard from thousands of you about what liberty and prosperity mean to you, what it's going to take for your family to thrive. So I hear you, Newark. I'm going to work with communities from the ground up so all of our neighbors thrive. I hear you, Shem, so I'm going to declare a state of emergency on day one to drive down your utility costs. I hear you, Westfield, so I'm going to make sure our kids are safe online and schools have the resources they need to address the mental health crisis. I hear you, Jersey City, so I'm going to hold government accountable, balancing individual liberty with collective responsibility, ensuring people are safe, healthy, educated, and free to pursue their dreams. I hear you, New Jersey. Good government doesn't just manage problems, it solves them. So I'm going to continue to listen and work with you to move our state forward. because I have learned so much as I've traveled our state. Our innovations, our businesses, our inventors and entrepreneurs have amazed me, but it's the people that have left the biggest mark, especially those who are fighting for prosperity for their entire communities. I was moved during my block walk in Trenton with Shanique as she spoke so passionately about the promise of her city and her neighbors despite the challenges. I love the group of young men from Monroe who've been hard at work on this campaign. They want a seat at the table and they're ready to fight for their future. The little girls who come up to me to say that they're going to be a governor or they're going to be a president. It reminds me of my own belief that anything was possible. Akeem's team, who worked their butts off, knocked over 60,000 doors. Akeem told me these are not the kids who will succeed in Trump's vision of this country, but they will in mine. The men and women in labor. Union jobs at a time when our economy is set up to make it harder and harder for working people. You know what? They don't just fight for their brothers and sisters in labor, they fight for all of us. For working families everywhere, so everyone has a shot. So thank you. Thank you to each and every person here tonight and across the state who's worked hard over the last year. Thanks to the thousands of volunteers who made millions of calls, texts, and canvases, to everyone who's ready to stand and demand a better future for our kids and our families. To my running mate, Dr. Dale Caldwell. You've already served our state so well, and I'm proud to have you by my side as we embark upon this new chapter for New Jersey. To my team, who put together a campaign the likes of this state has never seen, and helped in our efforts to create a great future for New Jersey. And thanks to my family. Who put up with missed soccer games, lacrosse games, football games, volleyball games, swim meets, and rugby games, all to put up with this, so thank you. And a special thanks to my husband, Jason. Through 4 kids, 2 dogs, a hamster, numerous goldfish, 5 campaigns, an insurrection, and 2 impeachments, you have been a truly amazing partner. So thank you to everyone who's joined me in fighting for a better future. I know these are tough times. I know not everyone voted for me, but I'm working for everyone. Every single one of you. When we all do better, we all do better. So tomorrow begins a new day. And at each new day in New Jersey, the sun rises over the Statue of Liberty, a daily reminder of her promise. Give me your tired, your poor, your huddled masses yearning to breathe free. She declares that her lamp lights the path to the golden door. That golden door is New Jersey. It always has been. And that expectation is well deserved, especially after this election, where we chose, we're going to follow Lady Liberty's beacon. We're not going to give in to our darker impulses. Here in New Jersey, we know that this nation has not ever been, nor will it ever be, ruled by kings. We take oaths to a constitution, not a king. We've chosen liberty, the very foundation of democracy, and we've chosen prosperity necessary to create opportunity for all. So, New Jersey, to quote the boss, the future is now. Roll up your sleeves, let your passion flow. The country we carry in our hearts is waiting. Thank you, New Jersey.
Standing in a crowded room and I can't see your face. Put your arms around me, tell me everything's okay. In my mind I'm running around a cold and empty space. Just put your arms around me, tell me everything's okay. Break my bones, but you won't see me fall. Oh, the rising tide will rise.
Greg Goldner. I want to thank Mayor Adams, who stepped out of the race to make us more competitive, and that was a very gracious thing to do. I want to thank Mayor Bloomberg, who gave us his support, Governor David Patterson, all the unions, and I am blessed. I am blessed to have the people in this room. You have been a phenomenal team, great friends. You are superstars. Even more, you are New York patriots, and I am proud of you. This campaign was the right fight to wage, and I am proud of what we did and what we did together. This campaign was to contest the philosophies that are shaping the Democratic Party, the future of this city, and the future of this country. And this coalition transcended normal partisan politics. It brought together Democrats and Republicans and independents, joined by the simple fact that their first allegiance is as citizens of New York City. Two million voters, the largest number in modern political history, cared enough to show up in a municipal election. And 42% voted for us on an independent line. That is the highest percentage in modern history. Ironically, it is just higher than when Mario Cuomo got 40% on an independent line against Ed Koch in 1977. It's also important to note that almost half of New Yorkers did not vote to support a government agenda that makes promises that we know cannot be met. We support an economy of jobs, of opportunity, of entrepreneurship. That's what New York is, and that's what New York must remain. We are a nation of laws, and we believe in law and order, and we need the police to keep society safe. We will not make the NYPD the enemy. We cherish our diversity, and we have no tolerance for discrimination of any kind by race, religion, sexual orientation, or creed. And we will not tolerate any behavior that fans the flames of anti-Semitism or diverse attacks. Our strength is our unity. Black, white, brown, Christian, Muslim, Jewish, Buddhist. We are one. We are the family of New York. We believe in interconnection and mutuality and codependence. And you attack one of us, you attack all of us. That is what it means to be a New Yorker. No one and nothing will ever divide us. And this campaign was necessary to make that point. A caution flag that we are heading down a dangerous, dangerous road. Well, we made that point, and they heard us, and we will hold them to it. Also, my friends, feel proud because we accomplished the two important New York characteristics. We got up off the mat after the primary, and we made it a real race when the media had already commenced the coronation. And feel proud, because we fought our hearts out and we left it all on the field. Congratulations to Zohran Mamdani. No. That is not right. That is not right, and that is not us. That is not us. Tonight was their night, and as they start to transition to government, we will all help any way we can, because we need our New York City government to work. We want it to work for all New Yorkers, because our city is the greatest city in the world, and we will unite for New York City because we love New York City. And from the bottom of my heart, I thank each and every one of you. I love you for the fight you made, for the soul that you showed, and the example that you set. New York City heard us, and we will be the better for it. Thank you, and God bless you.
Yeah, I'm out at Brooklyn. Now I'm down in Tribeca, right next to the Narrow. But I'll be hood forever. I'm the new Sinatra. And since I made it here, I can make it anywhere. Yeah, they love me everywhere. I used to cop in Harlem. All of my Dominicanos right there up on Broadway. Pulled me back to that McDonald's. Took it to my stash spot, 560 State Street. Catch me in the kitchen like a Simmons whipping pastry. Cruising down A Street, off-white Lexus. Driving so slow, but BK is from Texas.
I snapped at you, my fingers at you earlier. Sorry, I snapped my fingers at you earlier, I think they were, I snapped my fingers at you earlier, because they were like, I realized I was ready, but then never told you what we were doing.
Huge crowd out front.
What?
Huge crowd out front.
Huge crowd out front? Outside or just out front?
Main entrance.
To get inside or?
They can't come inside. They're just here.
Just here?
Out front, small large group of Orthodox students that supported Zohran outside the crowd.
day by day, out of touch with the rhythm and blues. But now I need a little give and take.
stage rocking out stir crazy. Coco flow like 1980s. Come lit still I drop lazy. None of that mean be energy. Energy.
Good evening, New York. Thank you so much for joining us this evening and for making this event possible. Before I begin, let's give a big thank you to the venue staff who have made this night such a celebration. Now, Zohran is about to join us on stage, but before he does, I want to say a few quick words of reflection and thanks and introduce a very special member of our team. So first, let's hear a round of applause for our day one endorsers, those who helped build this movement into what it's become. New York City DSA. Cab Voice. Drum Beats. New York Communities for Change. And Jewish Voice for Peace Action. And please give it up for our friends at the New York Working Families Party who have been such a leader in our long fight for an affordable, livable city. Now, do we have labor in the House? Throughout this campaign, we have stood shoulder to shoulder with our brothers and sisters in organized labor at 1 a.m. in Queens, at 4 p.m. in Manhattan, at 6 a.m. in Brooklyn, at every time of day and night, in every corner of the city, and we are so grateful for your partnership. And we are so proud to be backed by dozens of elected leaders, from the local to the state to the federal level. And we know that the relationships that we have built will only deepen from City Hall as we work together to transform New York into a city where every person can live a dignified life. I also want to thank our incredible campaign staff. You have sacrificed your social lives and your sleep schedules, and you have given so much to this movement, and then when Cuomo decided to get back into the race, you dug deep and gave more. I have been so honored to work with you, learn from you, and support you as you have faced unprecedented scrutiny and at times ugliness and threats from our opponents. You have built a historic campaign, so please give them all a round of applause. And please join me in celebrating the person who has been Zohran's right hand from day one, whose deep commitment to our movement and care for our people has infused every part of this campaign from top to bottom, and without whom we would not be here tonight, Elle Biscard Church. All been inspired by Zohran as a candidate, but I also want to speak to his strength as a person. He has led our team and this movement with grace, curiosity, good humor, and thoughtfulness. And this race has been difficult. He has been the subject of attacks and threats, but he has truly risen above it all to give us hope. So please join me in giving Zohran, our friend, a round of applause. And there are too many supporters to name, so I want to speak to everyone directly. Please raise your hand if you have given to this campaign, whether that is time, labor, knocking a door, hosting an event, creating art. And if you are one of the this is beautiful. And if you are one of the tens of thousands of people who contributed but cannot be with us tonight, this is for you as well. You have made history. You set unreachable goals and then exceeded them. You believed in this city and believed in each other. And you achieved something that people will speak of for decades to come. You led with kindness and compassion, And most importantly, during a time of despair and rising fascism, you decided to fight for someone that you don't know. So thank you. Friends, the scope of this campaign was truly unprecedented. We had hundreds of thousands of conversations with our neighbors and trained leaders who will help us deliver our agenda for the next 4 years. But this record-breaking program did not come out of nowhere. It was the product of years of organizing and leadership development by New York City DSA and so many of our movement partners. And we were so fortunate to be led on this campaign by someone who has been a part of this work from the beginning. She led Julia Salazar's groundbreaking campaign in 2018. And since then has been behind the scenes in so many of our victories. If this campaign made you feel powerful, or taught you something, or showed you discipline, or brought you joy, you have this person to thank. She is caring, wise, and deeply committed to our movement. And I am sure she is backstage losing her mind at being called out like this. But I need everyone here to please join me in giving her the longest and loudest round of applause, our organizing director, Tasha.
Thank you. This is very exciting. Thank you, everyone. I'm Tasha, and I've had the honor of being the field director on this campaign. I first crossed paths with Zohran in 2017 on a city council campaign for Khader El-Yateem in Bay Ridge. Zohran was the paid canvas manager, and I was volunteering on the campaign as a member of New York City Democratic Socialists of America. I don't think that we could ever have imagined that 8 years later, we would be here on election night for a mayoral campaign, 104,000 volunteers strong. 104,000 volunteers. We love numbers, we love metrics, but I want to talk first about what's behind those numbers. Every number is, in a way, an act of bravery. Door knocking is not the easiest thing. For many, including myself, it takes a moment of bravery at the beginning, asking a stranger something about their lives and sharing something about yours. Sharing what you want to see in the world, it can be daunting. Thousands of people did it. And every time, every volunteer went to a door and talked to a stranger, they offered their vision to that stranger and invited that stranger to be a part of shaping their vision. We love strangers. Every door knock and every phone call is a statement of belief that politics is for all of us. This campaign and this city is all of ours to shape. I also want to say something about field leads. All of our canvases, for those who don't know, all of our canvases have been led by volunteers we call field leads. Many of them are here. Most led a shift every week, and some led a shift every week since December. And every time they led a canvas, and they were the ones welcoming new volunteers into our movement. They were the ones who helped inspire folks coming out to canvas for the first time. Without those 700 people who chose to step into leadership in an uncertain moment and try something new and scary, this field operation at this scale would not have happened. Those 700 people prove that leadership isn't about having all of the answers, it's about the willingness to step into the unknown and inspire others to imagine something better. So here are the numbers. Over 104,000 volunteers made over 4.4 million calls. At around noon today, a volunteer knocked our 3 millionth door. Over 700 field leads have led over 5,700 canvases in 243 neighborhoods. 6,568 voters signed up to volunteer on the spot when they were canvassed by somebody. 8,389 voters signed up to volunteer when they were asked by a phone banker. These are unprecedented numbers. The bravery that you all have shown, that this field operation carried across all 5 boroughs, is going to transform our city. What all 100,400 of us have accomplished has rewritten the possibilities of mass democratic action. And it doesn't stop tonight. We all know that we won't stop at electing Zohran. We will continue to fight to bring the affordable of New York City to life. I am so excited to do that with all of you. And now I'm so honored to introduce the person you've been waiting to hear. We've worked for many years to bring about change in New York City that it so urgently needs. He's been a friend, and he is the next mayor of the greatest city on earth, Zohran Mamdani.
Thank you, my friends. The sun may have set over our city this evening, but as Eugene Debs once said, I can see the dawn of a better day for humanity. For as long as we can remember, the working people of New York have been told by the wealthy and the well-connected that power does not belong in their hands. Fingers bruised from lifting boxes on the warehouse floor, palms calloused from delivery bike handlebars, knuckles scarred with kitchen burns. These are not hands that have been allowed to hold power. And yet, over the last 12 months, you have dared to reach for something greater. Tonight, Against all odds, we have grasped it. The future is in our hands. My friends, we have toppled a political dynasty. I wish Andrew Cuomo only the best in private life. But let tonight be the final time I utter his name as we turn the page on a politics that abandons the many and answers only to the few. New York, tonight you have delivered a mandate for change. A mandate for a new kind of politics. A mandate for a city we can afford. And a mandate for a government that delivers exactly that. On January 1st, I will be sworn in as the mayor of New York City. And that is because of you. So before I say anything else, I must say this. Thank you. Thank you to the next generation of New Yorkers who refused to accept that the promise of a better future was a relic of the past. You showed that when politics speaks to you without condescension, we can usher in a new era of leadership. We will fight for you because we are you. Or as we say on Steinway, ana minkum wa ilaykum. Thank you to those so often forgotten by the politics of our city who made this movement their own. I speak of Yemeni bodega owners and Mexican abuelas, Senegalese taxi drivers and Uzbek nurses, Trinidadian line cooks and Ethiopian aunties. Yes, aunties. To every New Yorker in Kensington and Midwood and Hunts Point, know this. This city is your city, and this democracy is yours too. This campaign is about people like Wesley, an $11.99 organizer I met outside of Elmhurst Hospital on Thursday night. A New Yorker who lives elsewhere, who commutes 2 hours each way from Pennsylvania because rent is too expensive in this city. It's about people like the woman I met on the BX33 years ago, who said to me, I used to love New York, but now it's just where I live. And it's about people like Richard, the taxi driver I went on a 15-day hunger strike with outside of City Hall, who still has to drive his cab 7 days a week. My brother, we are in City Hall now. This victory is for all of them, and it's for all of you. The more than 100,000 volunteers who built this campaign into an unstoppable force. Because of you, we will make this city one that working people can love and live in again. With every door knocked, every petition signature earned, and every hard-earned conversation, You eroded the cynicism that has come to define our politics. Now, I know that I have asked for much from you over this last year. Time and again, you have answered my calls. But I have one final request. New York City, breathe this moment in. We have held our breath for longer than we know. We have held it in anticipation of defeat. Held it because the air has been knocked out of our lungs too many times to count. Held it because we cannot afford to exhale. Thanks to all of those who sacrificed so much, we are breathing in the air of a city that has been reborn. To my campaign team, who believed when no one else did, and who took an electoral project and turned it into so much more, I will never be able to express the depth of my gratitude. You can sleep now. To my parents, Mama and Baba, you have made me into the man I am today. I am so proud to be your son. And to my incredible wife, Rama, Hayati, there is no one I would rather have by my side in this moment and in every moment. To every New Yorker, whether you voted for me, for one of my opponents, or felt too disappointed by politics to vote at all, thank you for the opportunity to prove myself worthy of your trust. I will wake each morning with a singular purpose: to make this city better for you than it was the day before. There are many who thought this day would never come, who feared that we would be condemned only to a future of less, with every election consigning us simply to more of the same. And there are others who see politics today as too cruel for the flame of hope to still burn. New York, we have answered those fears. Tonight we have spoken in a clear voice. Hope is alive. Hope is a decision that tens of thousands of New Yorkers made day after day, volunteer shift after volunteer shift, despite attack ad after attack ad. More than 1 million of us stood in our churches, in gymnasiums, in community centers, as we filled in the ledger of democracy. And while we cast our ballots alone, we chose hope together. Hope over tyranny. Hope over big money and small ideas. Hope over despair. We won because New Yorkers allowed themselves to hope that the impossible could be made possible. And we won because we insisted that no longer would politics be something that is done to us. Now it is something that we do. Standing before you, I think of the words of Jawaharlal Nehru. A moment comes but rarely in history when we step out from the old to the new, when an age ends and when the soul of a nation long suppressed finds utterance. Tonight we have stepped out from the old into the new. So let us speak now with clarity and conviction that cannot be misunderstood about what this new age will deliver and for whom. This will be an age where New Yorkers expect from their leaders a bold vision of what we will achieve. rather than a list of excuses for what we are too timid to attempt. Central to that vision will be the most ambitious agenda to tackle the cost of living crisis that this city has seen since the days of Fiora LaGuardia. An agenda that will freeze the rents for more than 2 million rent-stabilized tenants. Make buses fast and free. And deliver universal child care across our city. Years from now, may our only regret be that this day took so long to come. This new age will be one of relentless improvement. We will hire thousands more teachers. We will cut waste from a bloated bureaucracy. We will work tirelessly to make lights shine again in the hallways of NYCHA developments where they have long flickered. Safety and justice will go hand in hand as we work with police officers to reduce crime and create a department of community safety that tackles the mental health crisis and homelessness crises head on. Excellence will become the expectation across government, not the exception. In this new age we make for ourselves, we will refuse to allow those who traffic in division and hate to pit us against one another. In this moment of political darkness, New York will be the light. Here, we believe in standing up for those we love. Whether you are an immigrant, a member of the trans community, one of the many black women that Donald Trump has fired from a federal job, a single mom still waiting for the cost of groceries to go down, or anyone else with their back against the wall, your struggle is ours too. And we will build a city hall that stands steadfast alongside Jewish New Yorkers and does not waver in the fight against the scourge of anti-Semitism. Where the more than 1 million Muslims know that they belong. Not just in the 5 boroughs of this city, but in the halls of power. No more will New York be a city where you can traffic in Islamophobia and win an election. This new age will be defined by a competence and a compassion that have too long been placed at odds with one another. We will prove that there is no problem too large for government to solve and no concern too small for it to care about. For years, those in City Hall have only helped those who can help them. But on January 1st, we will usher in a city government that helps everyone. Now, I know that many have heard our message only through the prism of misinformation. Tens of millions of dollars have been spent to redefine reality and to convince our neighbors that this new age is something that should frighten them. As has so often occurred, the billionaire class has sought to convince those making $30 an hour that their enemies are those earning $20 an hour. They want the people to fight amongst ourselves so that we remain distracted from the work of remaking a long broken system. We refuse to let them dictate the rules of the game anymore. They can play by the same rules as the rest of us. Together, we will usher in a generation of change. And if we embrace this brave new course, rather than fleeing from it, we can respond to oligarchy and authoritarianism with the strength it fears, not the appeasement it craves. After all, if anyone can show a nation betrayed by Donald Trump how to defeat him, it is the city that gave rise to him. And if there is any way to terrify a despot, it is by dismantling the very conditions that allowed him to accumulate power. This is not only how we stop Trump, it's how we stop the next one. So Donald Trump, since I know you're watching, I have 4 words for you. Turn the volume up. We will hold bad landlords to account because the Donald Trumps of our city have grown far too comfortable taking advantage of their tenants. We will put an end to the culture of corruption that has allowed billionaires like Trump to evade taxation and exploit tax breaks. We will stand alongside unions and expand labor protections because we know, just as Donald Trump does, that when working people have ironclad rights, the bosses who seek to extort them become very small indeed. New York will remain a city of immigrants, a city built by immigrants, powered by immigrants, and as of tonight, led by an immigrant. So hear me, President Trump, when I say this. To get to any of us, you will have to get through all of us. When we enter City Hall in 58 days, expectations will be high. We will meet them. A great New Yorker once said that while you campaign in poetry, you govern in prose. If that must be true, let the prose we write still rhyme, and let us build a shining city for all. And we must chart a new path, as bold as the one we have already traveled. After all, the conventional wisdom would tell you that I am far from the perfect candidate. I am young, despite older. I am Muslim. I am a democratic socialist. And most damning of all, I refuse to apologize for any of this. And yet, if tonight teaches us anything, it is that convention has held us back. We have bowed at the altar of caution, and we have paid a mighty price. Too many working people cannot recognize themselves in our party. And too many among us have turned to the right for answers to why they've been left behind. We will leave mediocrity in our past. No longer will we have to open a history book for proof that Democrats can dare to be great. Our greatness will be anything but abstract. It will be felt by every rent-stabilized tenant who wakes up on the 1st of every month, knowing the amount they're going to pay hasn't soared since the month before. It will be felt by each grandparent who can afford to stay in the home they have worked for, and whose grandchildren live nearby because the cost of childcare didn't send them to Long Island. It will be felt by the single mother who is safe on her commute and whose bus runs fast enough that she doesn't have to rush school drop-off to make it to work on time. And it will be felt when New Yorkers open their newspapers in the morning and read headlines of success, not scandal. Most of all, it will be felt by each New Yorker when the city they love finally loves them back. Together, New York, we're going to freeze the... Together, New York, we're going to make buses fast and... Together, New York, we're going to deliver universal... Let the words we've spoken together, the dreams we've dreamt together, become the agenda we deliver together. New York, this power, it's yours. This city belongs to you. Thank you.